Hey, good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing today? So, interesting action here, right? A little bit overnight, right? Let's kind of go over it a little bit here. So, um, Spy, right? We got a very let's talk about the indexes first, right? So, indexes got very large, high volume days, right, with full body candles. So we got these kind of sort of price action here, or sort of kind of full body days that are telling us, right, that our bias probably should be to the downside, right? This price action here, right, after yesterday's kind of sell off, whatever you want to call it, right? This kind of screams directional day, right? Where it's red all day, full volume, full candle, right? So our bias probably has to be to the downside, right? This becomes a bit complicated because over kind of this course of this last year, right, every time we get like a very high volume red day and you think you're going to kind of get that sell off, right? Sorry if you can't see these very well. But we tend to get these bounces, right? That tends to happen. What hasn't happened in sort of any of those candles, or if you can see, I guess since, right, is we haven't made a lower low under any of those breakdowns here, right? So we haven't tested this to sell, right? So it's being defended incredibly. It's like it just feels like it kind of like wakes up buyers and kicks them back into shape a little bit here, right? So now we're getting a bit of a gap up this morning, right? A bit of a gap up, but that feels contradictory or contrary to kind of some of this price action that we've had, right? So it's not a consistent story. It's not telling us something, or it's not like it's hard to buy what it's selling us here at the moment, right? So that screams to me a little bit of caution, at least to the upside, right? If we can get breakdowns under, okay, awesome, right? Because that tells us that consistent story now. So we want to see essentially, right, in these indexes in general, what this sort of relative strength is, right? Are we going to get kind of a full body bearish candle? Are we going to get dip buyers really coming in and protecting, right? So this opening 30 minutes today, it's going to be really, really telling for how this market wants to react, right? And we're going to be happy to play this kind of in either direction because we have evidence already, right, of this market holding, right, not making a lower low. So this being like a dip buying zone, right? And then we have evidence, or we have a setup, right? No evidence yet of making a lower low, but we have a setup that if we do, right, it matches sort of that consistent story that the chart is telling us. So looks to be like a pretty interesting spot here. And so I'll be curious to see how this comes together, right? What might happen today on a day like this after such big volume, right, is now people are going to try to catch their breath a little bit. So maybe that means we get a day of consolidation, right, as we kind of fight it out, which obviously that'd be kind of worst case scenario for us today. So we'll see what comes together, but I think there's a little bit of potential here at least, right? Similar story in QQQ, right, where we again had that huge volume. This is biggest volume in maybe since March, I guess, right? So really big volume, but we're kind of stuck inside this supply zone here, right? So what that means is right, like we need to see this breakdown under, right, before we want to go bearish here, right? So it's tough to think that, hey, we're going to get that mega follow through, right, inside this area where we have just this evidence of dip buyers, right, stepping up and protecting price. So if we can get that breakdown under like that 358 area, right, then QQQ starts to become an interesting short, right, and we can start targeting like 354, maybe 355, maybe even get towards that 350 on a possible multi-day move, right? Same story though with SPY, right, where it's those high volume candles, right? They tend to be possible indicators of a bottom. this move in tech or in QQQ is kind of coming from rising yields, right? So 10-year Treasury is rocketing up, right? It's had a huge move this week, or sort of say over the last 5 days, right? And so that's not good for tech, right? That tends to be there's like a negative correlation there, right? So if we do see kind of continued pressure from yields, right, then that's when we can maybe get that sustained action here in QQQ. What might be worth keeping an eye out for kind of this remainder of the day, right, is maybe yields will stay kind of range bound, right? If they do, that might give us an opportunity. You're like kind of stay in a consolidation mode. Hey, good morning, Rusty. Right, if they stay inside that sort of area, right, then we can maybe kind of get like a more likely for us to get a move maybe to the upside here on QQQ or kind of get that continuation. I mean, yields we can hang out with. One sec, Russ. We'll go over that in a little bit. Just let me go through this pre-market stuff and we'll go over stuff. So as long as these yields, right, are like still kind of pushing up above that 1.5 on the 10-year, then I think there's still going to be quite a bit of pressure on this tech, right? So if we kind of continue to get that pressure, if we continue to see that sort of selling action, right, then I think we can maybe get a little bit of follow through, right? Or he get a little bit of that downside action. I don't know what the path of least resistance is here on QQQ. Like I think like it's pretty clear that this area is being defended well. So if we can break down there and lose that spot, you know, that would be big. But maybe again, same thing like SPY. Maybe it wants to give us a day of consolidation here with this kind of gap up that doesn't really match the price narrative. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. Right, Apple, we kind of have a setup here really only to the downside. This for me screams bear flag. It kind of looks like it's a long-term kind of downtrend here, or kind of dealing with a lot of pressure in this downtrend. So on huge increasing volume here, right? It looks like that momentum could be building to the downside. So I'd like to see if this thing can break, right? If we can break, get down towards that maybe that 135 area, right? This seems to be kind of that next shelf. So if we can break down towards that range, right, I think there's a bit of potential. Tesla, it's kind of one of our more bullish setups, right? So still a little bit of kind of call this a low vol pullback, right? It's not like maybe volume higher than you'd like to see, right? But high volume day across the board yesterday, so kind of excusable. Held up better than all of its contemporaries, right? So compared to Apple, compared to QQQ, compared to SPY, Tesla is showing us kind of relative strength with this candle pattern, right? So if we go, kind of looks a bit more like one of those neutral bearish candles, right, versus one of those full body bearish, right? So that gives us a little bit of optimism that, hey, this bull case here on this Tesla could still very much be in play. So if the market is strong, right, and we're getting clean setups, or we're kind of getting a bounce this AM, this Tesla might be our most kind of likely or strongest, right? It might be the strongest setup, right, because we have that relative strength here in this run up, right? So if we do get strength in the market, maybe Tesla will be that leader, right? It'll be the one that wants to lead that charge, and hopefully we can get this thing to run. Obviously, we've been trading it a lot recently, so it'd be nice to keep that streak going. But let's not force things here with this play. Right, Microsoft probably more bearish than bullish here, right? Kind of looks like a Bollinger Band breakdown here for me, right? Full body candle, really big volume, even bigger than earnings, which is pretty impressive, right? So really big volume day here yesterday on full body. This to me, right, looks to be the most kind of bearish of the setups, or at least maybe the strongest one. We had a very long-term, I'm trying to find something here, geez. We had a very long-term kind of consolidation here, right? That's now turned bearish, right? So inside kind of these, call it this August 20th, right? And now the September 28th, say that month, right? We kind of have this bookends, right? Of they're showing us consolidation here, right? So breakout, consolidate, right? Can't break out, now break down, right? So let's see if we can get that follow through here now to the downside, right? That would be the bias, right? So under that 280, 230 area, right? I think we've got room down towards that 280 zone, right? And then possibly that 275, 270 if we kind of get that like multi-day follow through. So I think there's a little bit of potential there, right? Not as much of recovery, right, compared to maybe some of these other names on this Microsoft. So maybe this thing could be ready, right? Basically a month of consolidation here where it just wasn't ready to move for us. And so, right, let's see if now it wants to kind of give us that follow through. So I think pretty interesting morning, I think it's going to be, right? We're going to have to be really, really patient and super disciplined, right? Waiting for stuff to kind of set up for us here. But let's not force it, right? I want to see if this gap up holds. I think that's going to be priority number one. If it does, then let's see where we can find the relative strength and look to take advantage of those options, right? If things go weak, then we've got more kind of bearish than bullish setups this morning in the core 5 names. And so I'm expecting we'll be able to find something there. So that's pretty much the plan for this morning, guys. Let me know if you have any questions. George, really good answer. Thank you for stepping up. And so yeah, that's gonna be it for this morning. I think that's sort of the game plan there. If you guys have any questions, let's go over them. I'm gonna make a quick cup of coffee, and I'll be back here in a second. All right, guys. So let's right, a couple things. We got 12 minutes to market open or so, right? So get your execution software up, right? Get your brokerage platform ready, right? However you're trading, right? Make sure that you're all connected, no data issues, that you're not lagging too far behind. Give or take, you should be about 3 to 5 seconds behind on the stream, right? It's on the lowest, ultra low latency settings. So keep that in mind, guys, right? When I do, when I look for entries and I look for trades, I place my entry target, right, it's going to be a green line, right? And my stop loss target is going to be a red line. And so that's to help you guys to anticipate entries, right? Sometimes, right, the risk reward profile is going to be set up where you have to be pretty good with your timing, right? So I'm not an indicator to get into a position, right? My objective here is to show you guys what is possible, what you can do. Never going to tell you to take a trade. I'm going to help you. Going to explain all my trades and why I take them, and hopefully that helps you and shows you guys, right, what you can do and what you can accomplish yourselves. That's really important to me, guys, right? So I'm going to show you guys my entry targets, right? That's going to be a green line. I'm going to show you guys my stop loss target, right? That's going to be a red line. And you can place those on your own charts, right? You can ask me what the price is, whatever you like. But the objective there is, right, so that you make the decision yourself, right, if you want to enter or not take a trade. Ultimately up to you. Let's take a look at that Bank of America setup. Right, so really good volume, right? Increasing volume, engulfing on any of the previous candles that we had last couple days. What's interesting here, Frank, is like financials and energy were kind of the ones that were leading the charge yesterday, right? When tech was getting hammered, or as kind of tech was maybe struggling a little bit, these have been really, really strong. So I don't know if I want to fight this trend yet. Right, I'm not sure if I'd want to fight that yet. But if you can start to lose maybe that 42.90 area, something along those lines, and you kind of keep getting that nice increasing volume, that looks pretty good, right? Maybe a little bit deceptive on the daily time frame, where it's like you made like no real follow through, right? No real. It basically just looks like consolidation. So maybe then you want to wait for something like this, right? And then take your breakdown under this Monday low, and then fill that gap down as your starter position. So guys, this is DTR Wednesday, right? DTR Wednesday is a free opportunity, right? So you guys can check out what the stream is like if you want to join. I am currently running a promo, little anniversary type thing. Yesterday we celebrated the 8 years of full-time day trading, or trading live, officially with a contract under my name at least. And so I'm doing a little giveaway. I've got 2 memberships left at DTR that I'm offering for $125 a month. So if you're interested in becoming a member, or you're interested in checking us out, there's a couple spots left. And it would be great for you guys to join us full time. Otherwise, right, let's learn as much as we can today, right? Ask as many questions. If you're a guest, right, please ask as many questions as possible. If you have the question, right, there's a high likelihood that someone else does too. I'm going to try to be as transparent and open with all my trades as possible. But that's not always right. Sometimes things come up really quickly, right? And it's not always easy to give you all the information that you might want, right? So if I'm missing something, or you feel like you could use some more information, right, please ask. I'll always answer you guys' questions. Other than that, guys, let's have a really good day. A lot of patience, right? Account management, risk management is going to be priority number 1. We don't really have that much like headline risk today, right? We do have some Powell speaking on ECB forum, but I haven't really seen that being talked about anywhere. So it doesn't really seem like the market's anticipating much from that. Obviously when Powell does speak, right, that does create a little bit of extra nervousness, but he's chatting over lunchtime. So I'm hopeful that we can get at least a nice clean setup here pre-market, or sorry, in that morning market. So that's it. guys, if you could like and subscribe, that always really helps as well. And then feel free to share this video with your friends or retweet my retweet wherever you found it. The more people we can get on here, the better. If we get to 50 concurrent viewers on the stream, which would be a all-time record, about 3x what we have now, I'll give away a membership to a random viewer. So we're going to want to watch how these gaps hold up, guys, right? That's going to be priority number one here off this opening bell. They were a bit bigger. They're starting to fade a little bit here, right? Especially in tech, some of these tech names. So we get that weakness, right? That's going to be priority number one. We'll see what comes together for us, right? But the chart is telling us bearish, right? So that has to be our bias. So we'll see if price action decides to follow, right? We want the consistent story. That's always better. We can get that. So I'm hopeful that can happen. 5 minutes to market open, right? Take a few minutes to yourself here, clear your head, visualize what a successful trading day looks like, right? Visualize you making yourself good decisions, right? Letting winners run, cutting losers early, and let's be ready to have a strong, disciplined day, right? Strong, disciplined day, guys. All right, guys, let's get ready to crush it here today. So, yeah, right off the opening bell, guys, we're going to watching, right, how these gaps hold. Full body candles, right, on strong volume are going to be what we're looking for in either direction, right? We know that this is a bit of a bounce zone, but we also know that this is a very bearish looking setup, right? So, I don't want to call it a coin flip. I think that's not fair. But I think we need to be a little bit just let's figure out what this market wants to do, right? Especially if it wants to bounce up. Um, what do you mean? Targeting back inside? Potentially. It depends on how strong the relative weakness or how relatively strong it is, right? If I saw a 30-min candle that looked like this one here, right, then maybe that would be like a really good sign of strength to get back in and maybe anticipate some thinner volume. All right, guys, that's market open here. Let's see how this reacts. Okay, so a bit of selling pressure right off this opening 20 seconds. Nothing to write home about yet, guys. Nothing to write home about yet. Be really patient. Not going to take any trades first 5 minutes, right? Let's figure out what this pressure is going to be like, right? And then we can look to, right? Then we can look to see what it wants to do. So for now, be very, very patient, right? We have a huge volume bar to deal with in front of us, right? So let's be patient. If we do get strength, right, maybe we'll get it in something like this Tesla. So be very, very patient here, guys. So nothing to force here yet, guys, right? Nothing to force here yet. So I would say these are kind of nothing open so far, right? Doji's first 3 minutes. So again, guys, maintain that patience. We might, right, might not be super clean here yet, so let's be really, really patient. Hey, good morning, Paco. How you doing? All right, so this Tesla, right? Tesla's giving us the strongest volume, strongest opening volume here, right? So at least this thing has a chance of going engulfing on volume. If we look at this on the 5-min, right, this kind of looks like a bit of a bull flag here, right? So if we take a look at that on a multi-day time frame, this kind of screams bull flag to me here now off this opening bell. So if we can get this candle to fill out here over this next minute, maybe give us that bullish setup, we can look for breakouts over that 785 area. This could be a priority. What we'd like to see though, right, we need this candle to fill out. So at the moment, right, it kind of looks a bit neutral, right, or maybe even tilting a little bit to the least bullish side, right? What we want it to do is to fill out and kind of give us that most bullish, second most bullish, right, normal bullish. So that volume profile and candle strength are telling us that same story, right? So for now, maybe this is what's worth looking at, right? I'm going to take a look at those Tesla calls here now. We got about 30 seconds on this candle, right? So want to be ready if this thing goes. Very good chance we're looking at October 1st expirations. 785s are probably not for me, but I like the 790s or the 795s look pretty reasonable. Stop loss will be low of entry candle if this thing can fill out. So let's just keep an eye on this last 5 seconds. Right, if it doesn't close strong enough, that's good volume. So now we gotta quickly check our risk reward, right? So we got about $2.50. Let's go towards that 795 area. That seems to be sort of our maybe expected next area of resistance, right? Just kind of a zone here where we kind of see price just have a reaction and sort of stop. So seems to be stopping there. Not sure if it's ready yet on this 5-min time frame. So we're gonna stay away from this for the moment, right? That candle close was okay, not terrible, not the best either. So let's see if this thing can maybe now set up for us on the 15, right? Same type thing we're gonna be looking for, full body close, right? And engulfing on volume. So, I mean, we're not going to be looking to trade any of these other names really at the moment, I don't think. Just not consistent enough with the volumes that we're looking for or the spreads we're dealing with. And so they can kind of suck. Right? Something like this Facebook maybe, but still got a ways to go before it's really tradable. So we're going to stick with the core 5 for now. Right? Again, if we can get... maybe we'll get like a low vol pullback, right, inside bar here, and then we can look to play this breakout, right, where our stop loss needs to be here at the moment. It's not really justifiable risk reward, or it's like it's not really ideal risk reward, right? We want 2 to 1 or better. This is kind of like just on the cusp, and you know maybe we're going to anticipate some resistance at that 790, right? Just kind of round numbers. So. Best case scenario, I want to see this hold up for another 2 minutes, and then we can get that breakout. So let's see. It's just right on the cusp, right? Just maybe like justifiable, but it's not perfect, right? So bigger risk reward, right, means bigger risk, right, means smaller position size. So on something where you got to have a $4.50 stop loss on something like these 795 calls, right? You're going to be looking at like 30-40%, right? Potential stop loss. So you want to be sizing down in that context and really not putting yourself in a position where you're going to be trading your P&L, right? Not the chart. So for myself personally, it's 10% loss on my max position size, right? Max position size is approximately 10% of my total account. And so that's like the biggest loss I really want to ever take. And then I'll adjust my position sizing, right, depending on what my estimated stop loss is in these option contracts. So right now for this Tesla, right, on those 795 calls, you're looking at about yeah, 25 to 35% stop loss. And so that's going to be, right, if I want to take my max position or max loss I want to take is 10% on a full size play. That means if I'm taking 25 to 30% loss, right, I'm starting it as a half size play and then working my way smaller, right? So if your risk reward ratio is still 2-to-1 or better, right, you're going to get a fine setup, right? You're still going to get paid off, but if that risk reward isn't justifiable, right, we have to be disciplined enough to stay away. So for now, right, this is not justifiable risk reward. If this thing can now tighten up and give us a low vol pullback, which looks like it might, maybe there'll be an entry there. Again, no yet decision, right, from this market what it wants to do here. We are getting stronger bearish volume, right, but it's still weak, still very weak. So let's wait for this thing to break down under our level, which is that 432.60. Kind of sucks that it's still, a little bit of a ways away, but we'd rather be right than be first. Okay, so not bad there from that Tesla, right? We at least got some evidence of some dip buyers. So let's see if this thing can get back up there. We talked about how, this would maybe be better now on the 15. Well, it looks like we're on pace to go engulfing on volume. So if we can get some work in here and now get that close towards like that 783, 784 area, then this Tesla starts to look really, really interesting again. These other names, right, we just said not quite ready. So let's be really, really patient. If there's something you guys are looking at, right, pop it in the chat. We'll go over it. But I'm not seeing any clean entries here yet. Market is still a little bit indecisive. Okay, so starting to fill out a little bit here, right? This Tesla. This is what we're cheering for here now, right? This is what we're cheering for here. So a bit of a bull flag, right? Let's see if this thing can kind of fill out, right? It's going to go engulfing on volume, or it certainly looks like it's going to. So I want to wait for that to happen as well. But maybe I have something brewing here, guys. Maybe I have something brewing. So for those who are DTR guests, right, there's a couple rules I have with option contracts that worth discussing here quickly before we take a stab at this Tesla. So, or if we do take a stab at this Tesla, right? So in general, right, I want option spreads to be pretty tight, less than 2% in a perfect world, right? Not always possible, but in a perfect world, right? Certainly, I hate starting positions, right, where I need to move like 50 cents to be profitable, right? That sucks. So that for me is really important. And then number two is that I want to be able to get in and out when I want, right? It's not like I don't trade like institutional size or anything along those lines, but the strength in numbers, right? And what that means is that spreads stay consistent, right? You don't deal with slippage. The fill price that you think you're going to get executed at, right? You're actually going to get executed at. And so those things are really, really important to me because it allows me to be more consistent in my trading. So, like I said, spread give or take 2% and volume to be options traded, not open option interest, right? We're day traders, we're not swinging. We want to see what the interest is in it on the daily, right? We want it to be more than 2K contracts traded, right? So something like that SPY and QQQ and Apple, you're never going to have a problem with, right? You're never going to have a problem with that usually on something like this Tesla either. But we were talking about how we were looking at maybe those 795 calls, right? And those 795 calls are not coming in with volume, right? So obviously we're dying a little bit here on this setup at the moment, but those 795 calls are really, really thin volume. So if the volume's not there, right, we got to pick a different strike price. So there's the most volume I'm seeing on the 785s and the 800s. So I would look to play one of those instead. So kind of hate this close here from Tesla, guys, right? This is not a high conviction candle, right? Looks more neutral to least bullish, right? So we're going to have to wait on this again. Now we switch to the 30 min, wait for that exact same setup, right, off this opening bell. Engulfing on volume, full body candle, right? That's what we're looking for. Still a bull flag, right? Maybe not as strong as it was, but now we got 15 minutes on this thing, right? So let's see how it goes. Apple looks great. Volume's deceptive though, right? So I want to be patient there. Let's see what else this market wants to do. Not engulfing on volume anywhere else, right? So we're not increasing volume, right? So hard to have conviction in those moves here at the moment, right? Let's figure out what this chop zone is, or kind of what we want to, or how we want to behave inside this area, right? And then we'll look for breakouts once this market gives us that, right? Something like this Microsoft might be giving us a bit of a hope, right? But again, not increasing in volume on the previous candle, right? Never going to be, at least very hard to be on something like that Microsoft. So now we need to see that volume step in, right? That extra interest step in here. And maybe that can happen for us, right? So we are making lower lows, but the interest, this does not scream momentum building, right? So we need to start seeing those signs of momentum coming back into these plays. Relative momentum, obviously, right? And then we can look to kind of be a part of them, right? So we're still just hanging out, guys. There's nothing here to trade yet. We're going to be really, really patient. And then let's see what happens after that. Right? Last, well, I don't know, 8 days, 9 days or so, we've normally had the position on by now. A bit frustrating, it sucks, right? That morning volatility is generally when we can get that strongest look. But we still got nice clean setups, right? No fake outs, 0-0 mindset, guys, right? 0-0 mindset. So let's see if things can set up here over the next few minutes. Okay, so we're going to watch this Tesla here, right? Not going to look to enter on this breakout here yet, right? Until we start to see this getting really up there on the volume, right? So we're going to keep looking, see if this holds, and then we can look to enter. Yeah, probably going to be looking at the 800 calls here now, guys. So we're going to be looking at the 800 calls. those seem to have the best volume. So really good volume so far, right? Want to see it get bigger than this volume bar here, right? And then we'll look to enter on whatever a break of this high is. On this 5 minute looks fine, right? Consolidation, right? Opening bar, consolidation, inside bar. Now we're getting a breakout on higher volume. If this can end up being the second highest volume bar of the day, certainly has a good chance of doing that. Then we can look for entries, right? Stop loss is going to be under the low of whatever this entry candle is, right? Not there yet, guys, right? We're going to wait this extra 45 seconds, right? So be patient. We've got $10 up. We want to see this thing hold, right? Give us that high conviction. Okay, we're getting there. So now let's make sure we're not getting faked out, or if there's not any sellers hiding in the weeds, right? And then we can look for entries. We're gonna have to see what this stop loss is gonna require here, Paco. But I won't be playing this half size if it is pretty tight stop, right? So I'll go full conviction if we can get a less than 10% stop loss. So I'm just setting up my order here quickly, guys, right? In anticipation of potentially this thing running here in a second. So looking at the 800 calls. Just wait a sec, right? Let this make a little fake out there. It's about a $2 stop loss. $2 stop loss, about 60 cents, a little bit more than 10%, right, on these calls. So I'm not going to go quite full size. I'm going to go about 2/3 if this thing can give us that breakout up and over. Looking for entries above that 788.10 area, guys. Okay, watching, right? Not in yet, not in yet. No entry yet, guys, no entry yet. Okay, so bigger stop loss now, right? Might require a smaller position. Still about $2. Okay, let's watch again, right? Let's watch again. Still no entry, guys. Still no entry. Be patient. Be patient. I'm waiting for a 788.15 tick. Right, it's about 5 cents above that line. If we get 5 cents above that line, I'm going to be in. Right, so that's what I'm waiting for here. Close, close. All right, guys, I am in. 605 is my average entry price on those 800 calls. First decent pop we get up and over, right? Gonna look to take a little bit off, lock in profit, and reduce my risk, right? That's priority number one. Yeah, I'm in the 800 calls. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. Great first pop. So I'm gonna take a little bit off here, guys. Gonna take a little bit off here, right? Let's go, guys. Let's go. All right, so that's 10%, right? So locked in a little bit of profit. Now entry protection mode, right? So now protecting my entry. Stop loss is at 615. 615 stop loss. I'm going to look to take some off every little bit, right? So now we need to see this breakthrough above 790 and see if we can get that follow through up and over. But great start here, guys. That patience is paying off immediately. Right? If you're in this, guys, don't get greedy. Lock in some profit at 10% and then see if you can get a lottery ticket that has zero risk, right? That's what our objective is here. So far, so good, but lock in your profit. You have no excuse to let this turn into a losing play now, right? Once you're up 10%, you got to be happy with that, right? One 10% win a day can change your life. Don't let it be the other way around. All right, guys, this thing's still flying, right? This thing's still flying. So let's even keep getting some follow through, right? We're above that 790. Let's see if this thing can hold. Obviously, protecting entry, right? Might look to take a little bit more profit off here on that next little pump if we can get one. But we're in great shape here, guys. We're in great shape here. Hope a few of you guys caught this as well and are starting off your Wednesday with a freaking huge smile. I've pushed my stop loss a little bit higher, right? 631 is my stop loss, just in case this thing decides to move and the spread gets nasty. I want to make sure that I'm 100% finishing green. Let's go, Colin. Hell yeah, great way to start the day. Still in here, guys. I'm still in. Still in. Oh, that might be me out. All right, guys, I'm out. I'm out. Me out there. Shook me out. But hey, guys, that's what we lock in. That's what we lock in, right? Yeah, good question, Swanee. So we just wanted to see, right, that extra strength. So we wanted to wait for this break up and over, and then when the candle opened here. It might be easier to see on the shorter time frame. Right, this candle opened like it was up and over that previous candle. So we wanted to just like see if it wanted to fake us out and then look to entry. So when we opened up, we were right away like above kind of our entry price, at least what we were looking for. And we wanted to see this 785 break hold on volume. So we got that full body close, high volume close above our area of resistance. So after that, we had high conviction that if we got a new higher high, we would be a good follow through play. So not a ton of follow through on that, guys, right? But hey, we locked in a little bit of a win at 10%, right? You're not going to complain about that. We're just going to keep stacking up wins. Hopefully we can find other setups that are showing us kind of strength, right? Like this Tesla might be able to give us a re-entry here, right? If this thing can fill out. So we do have stuff, right, that might give us another play. For those of you who are DTR guests, guys, doing a little promo still, right? Still got a few spots left at the discounted price. 50% off at $125. Only a couple spots left. So first come, first serve. And then it'll be back to full price. So if you guys are interested in joining, right, we trade like this day in, day out, and I live stream like this day in, day out. So it'd be great to have you guys, and hopefully we can keep making a few more nice green trades here along the way. Right, you can join at www.dtrtrading.com. So now we're going to judge relative strength, right, across some of these other names. So this Tesla is still giving us that most relative strength. Could give us another trigger here, guys, right? $2 stop loss for $6 reward, right? 3 to 1 risk reward ratio. We're going to be sizing down on this play. We played that first one about 2/3 size. We're going to play this about half size now. Little roll up, right? Don't need to give anything away unnecessarily if this thing breaks out up and over that 790.62. Right, really good opening volume, low vol pullback there on that candle we got shaken out of. So it might give us a re-entry, right? Strong trades give you multiple points of entry. This could be an example of that. Let's see if it wants to behave for us. Guys, Apple looks great, but volume profile, right, not as strong as Tesla. So if the volume profile is not as good, we don't want to chase it as much, right? Microsoft, no thank you, right? Volume profile is not good to me, so hard to be bullish there. So I'll probably be looking to play those same 800 calls if this thing breaks out, guys. Excuse me. So keep an eye on this, right? This is probably the best looking setup here still, right? So we'll keep trading Tesla if it wants to keep setting up for us, guys. I don't care, right? So let's wait now, probably another minute, 2 minutes, right? See what this candle wants to do. I don't like this lower low. But hey, a little consolidation, right? Low vol consolidation, not a bad thing if it wants to then give us that little pop. So we can be patient here still. Not quite ready yet, but pretty much the only thing I'm interested in here at the moment. Good morning. Missed the first play of the day, but hopefully we can get another setup here in this Tesla in a second. Right, not bad. If this thing can go engulfing on volume there too, that would be an extra little sign. For watching this Tesla, guys, right? Watching this Tesla, another 30 seconds or so here, and then see if we can get another re-entry. We didn't trade Netflix. We traded Tesla. But there was no clean setup there for me for Netflix. Like hard to be bullish here. That's really it. So not bad there, guys. Not bad. If we can get tight stop loss here again, right? $2 stop. I'll take a stab here. Again, looking at the 750 calls. This time on slightly smaller size though, guys, right? Smaller size. So first time was about 2/3. This time is a little bit smaller, about half position size. If we get that move, we're going to get that nice pop, right? 10% came really quickly on these contracts, right? So I'm anticipating if we do get that next move, right, could come real quick too. But I basically want to treat this as like a roll-up, right? Where if I get stopped out or, you know, I take a stop, I'm still going to be green, net green on this play. Yeah, sorry, 800 calls. I don't know what I said. Maybe I said puts. But yeah, I mean 800 calls. Yeah. Sorry, dude. My bad. That's just, it's a bit of a slip. So 750 is the limit price I've got set for myself for this entry. So as I'm like setting that, I'm talking about the call. Confused myself. Sorry, dude. All right, it's watching, guys. Let's watching. Well, it's very transparent, guys. So I appreciate that. See if we can catch a trade. So watching this Tesla, guys, right? Watching this Tesla. See if it wants to go. Not yet, guys. Not yet. All right. I am in now. 734 average price. Let's see if this thing can give us a little pop here, right? Again, same thing as last time, right? First decent pop we get, gonna look to take some off, thin my exposure, and see if we can keep getting that follow through. right? Good increasing volume there. So let's see if this thing can give us that pop now. Yeah, dude, no worries, no worries. I appreciate the transparency, right? That's my objective here too. So I want to be as transparent as possible to everyone, and so I love. Yeah, no, I totally get it, right? So I love when people are transparent with me too. So we've got a little bit of a pop, guys, right? See if we can get a bit more of a follow through. Like I said, I want to take some off at 10%, right? If I can take some off at 10%, that would be wicked. But not going to force this play. Not going to force this play. Let's see if we can get there. Right? We just talk about 1% a day, guys, right? 1% a day can change your life. So don't force it. Don't force it if it isn't there. You should probably just pick a couple that you want to become like intimately familiar with. So at least for myself, majority of my trades are in SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft. So if you can find something that you can kind of start to understand the intricacies of the market structure like really really well, that would be maybe your best bet. Just have like a consistent core couple names that you just stock, and then you can load up on commons then. Tesla's making us work a little bit here, right? So let's see if this thing can go. Low volume consolidation here is fine, right? Inside bar here is fine, but let's not take a ridiculous, right? We don't take a ridiculous loss here if it goes. Yeah, for sure, dude. I get that. Yeah. I don't personally touch the meme stocks, but hey, if you're making money on it and you're doing well, I'll never chirp you for it. That's incredible. And you're just holding on ever since, huh? Jeez, you're a braver man than me. So I kind of hate that Tesla's taking its sweet time. Maybe we jumped the gun a bit on that entry. Could have gone for there, maybe. Let's see if this thing can come back for us, right? If we break under now, make a new lower low, I'm going to get out. Let's see if we can get back. A little bit offside here, right? A little bit offside, but nothing crazy. Let's see if this thing can claw back a little bit for us at least. Still in, guys. I'm still in. Sold 2 of my contracts. Not everything. Okay, let's see if this thing wants to recover here now. Yeah, I mean, the summer was pretty tough to trade as well. Really challenging conditions, thin liquidity. So it's been a tough little bit to trade. And the truth is, it's easier to scale up slowly, right, and gain confidence that way than it is to jump in all the way. So you don't need to add money yet, right? Build confidence, find a strategy that suits your eye, suits your personality, and then you'll start stacking up winning days, winning months. Right? You're not going to win every single day. You're not going to win every single trade. But if your risk management is good, right, and you manage your exposure well, and you don't take stupid risks, and you don't average down losers, you'll end up being just fine. You just can't have those disciplined mistakes in between, right? Those account killing mistakes. So that's where most people go wrong, right? They average down losers, or they start, they have a loss and they start chasing plays that aren't there. And so I think that's sometimes where trading in a room or trading with someone else can be really, really beneficial. But that's different for everyone. I'm not a big crypto guy personally. I just don't have an easy way or convenient way of trading it. Um, that like integrates into my workflow. I trade on Coinbase and stuff like that. Maybe once it gets on IB, I'll get into it more. But man, I always recommend people to invest in asset classes that they're comfortable with, right, or that they understand, because when there's highs and lows and there's dips, you're going to be in a better position to survive those dips and to know that this is a time to add, or this is whatever, right? When you have confidence in the asset class. All right, come on, Tesla. So maybe jump the gun just a little bit here, guys, but we're coming back. We're in good shape. So still in here, guys, right? Still in. Let's see if this thing can now give us that follow through up and over, right? Maybe this, if you didn't get in, right, this can be your re-entry. But just about back at entry price now. So let's see if we can get that pop up and over, right? First decent pop, going to look to take some off, take 10%, lock in some at 10%, right? And then see if we can keep getting that follow through, right? If this thing rejects here, might just cut it, get out for, 5% loss or whatever it's going to be. That might be the move as well. So let's keep an eye here still. All right, see if this thing can give us a pop. See if that volume steps in. So far, so good. But let's even get that pop. So still in this Tesla, guys, right? Sweating it out a little bit. Let's see if this thing wants to pop on us. Still in, still in. So let's see if this thing wants to go. No stress here yet. Absolutely, Jag. Let's go through it. Fire away, man. Yeah, give or take these days, Jag. Um, so like historically, I've done like 20% of my account size per trade, right? Risking about 2% total of my portfolio per trade. Still in this Tesla, guys. Still in this Tesla. Um, but now, like, trading like pretty big position sizing, and mentally it becomes a bit of a baggage for me if I like take a 5K loss or something. So just trying to avoid right those kind of situations, really. So that's why I'm happy to risk like 10%. That kind of keeps me within sort of a number where um, I still feel like I'm thinking clearly. Still in here, guys. Still in, right? I might just break off at. Yeah, yeah. So I risk about these days max about 1% of my account per trade. Yeah, fair play, Paco. This one's being really stubborn. I think we jumped in just a little bit early, but I think even on that, we probably would have gotten entered on here. I mean, short term, no, but long term, it can still reject off of this trend line and then break down under. So, trend in the short term, or sorry, long term, sorry, still looks a bit bearish to me. But good recovery today, right? Treasuries talked about how we wanted to see them maybe consolidate, right? Give us like an inside bar or kind of stop moving, and then we could get that kind of unfiltered move from tech. That sort of seems to be what's happening a little bit here, right? So if we look at the 10-year, it's kind of stopped moving a little bit. So maybe that's why tech's moving. If this starts to break out again or starts to give us pressure again, it's going to be hard to want to be bullish on tech. So lotto size for me, Jag, is if it expires worthless, I'm okay with it, right? So that's really what that means, right? Um, so I don't want to like it's the same thing, right? So if I take a 10, if I take a 3K loss on a lotto size play, I'm okay with it because that's like within sort of my own kind of personal risk boundaries. So mentally, like I'm cool with that, right? And I always try to make sure that that's still I'm not risking more than 1%, right? Uh, if I'm going lotto size, I'm going to be super flexible with my stop loss. I'm going to be thinking like every play is going to go my way, or like that it's going to reverse my way, right? So that requires much smaller position sizing, much more flexible risk management, right? And the way you afford yourself that opportunity is sizing down a ton. Swing trades, it's always the assumption. Sorry, guys, one sec, Jag. All right, guys, I'm not out yet. Still in here, guys, still in. So swing trades, my assumption with every swing trade for myself, because it's not my primary strategy, right, is lotto size essentially, right? Because I'm swinging something with like calls 2 weeks out, maybe a month out. So I have to be okay with those expiring worthless as well, right? Or waking up to that gapping down and being worthless. So that's part of my risk equation too. All right, guys, I'm going to stop myself out of this Tesla. Make sure I'm still green. So I'm out up $137. So if you're using options, it's pretty easy, right? Create yourself a little chart. Um, right? Say, okay, every 10-cent increase in delta, you can kind of figure out where you want to be. So that would be maybe my that would be like what my bias would be, right? So that's because that's how I learn, right? Just a very visual person. So I would recommend doing something like that, right? Everything, if it's a 20-cent delta and my stop loss is 50 cents, this is my position size. Like create yourself like a little flow chart almost. Maybe something like that could be pretty beneficial. I reckon that could help everyone too. That's not just for you, Jack. Yeah, dealing with the decay sucks, right? But generally, what you're looking for, right, with any sort of swing, is for right, like that pop in the first couple days, right? That's pretty much what you're targeting. Sounds good, Jag. If you ever want to check us out, I've got a couple spots left in a little promo. 50% off if you want to join. I got a couple spots left, 2 spots left. So I reckon those will probably go by end of the day. But if you're interested in that, feel free to check that out. DTRtrading.com. So looking for something else here, guys, right? 1 for 2 here, right? Nice win on a 2/3 size position play. Not a very nice loss on a 50% position size. Yeah, yeah, definitely, Jag. Send them across. So I think a little bit of patience here this morning, guys. A little bit of patience now. Let's see if something clean can set up, but not there yet. So a little bit of time. I'm going to save my voice for a little bit. If you guys have any questions, right, pop in the chat. We'll go over them for sure. Going to keep looking, but right, going to save my voice a little bit here. It's getting a bit croaky. So if you guys have any questions, right, pop them in the chat. Anything you're looking at, right, we'll go over it. Obviously, if I see something, I'll mention it too. Right, guys, if this Tesla can fill out inside bar, right, man, it might give us another attempt here, right? So if you fill out inside bar and then break out after, right, that could be interesting. For now, it screams consolidation, right? Pretty thin volume. So you can even almost look at it like a bit of a wedge here, right? So if we can get this thing to now break out, right, I'm still looking at this, right? Our idea can be right, but our timing wrong, and sometimes it's important to realize that. So I think this is still worth keeping an eye on, but I want to see this go inside bar before I take a stab. we probably want to still see this thing to hold up as an inside bar, right? Not bad increasing volume, but I think this is deceptive still, right? We want it to kind of creep up above that average. It's still low volume relative to this consolidation phase. So I think this is a pass for me for now, right? If this thing breaks out here, if on this 15-minute time frame we can get this thing to be engulfing on volume above average on this breakout, okay, happy to jump back in then. But I think for now, it screams fake out. This volume buildup is just not big enough yet. So doesn't mean it won't go. Doesn't mean it can't go, right? But it's not A plus, and so I want to avoid it, right? A plus for us was inside bar here, inside, and then that breakout. Low volume, thin breakout on the 30. It's hard to trust this move. So I'm being really, really skeptical here for now. Everywhere else, I don't know. Not sure if I see anything that looks super clean yet. So gonna be patient, guys. Gonna be really, really patient still. So guys, right, like not saying this is a fake out yet, right? Still too early to call. Still too early to call, sorry, right? But this is what we kind of expected was going to happen, right? We weren't expecting a high conviction move here because although this volume is increasing, this is not high conviction volume, right? High conviction candles, not high conviction volume. It's not telling us a consistent story, right? And we don't get that consistent story. It's hard to expect that we're going to get that big consistent move, right? So gotta stay away for now, right? We gotta stay away until they're telling us that story of strong candle, strong volume, right? And this is stronger, but it's not strong yet. All right, guys. I would say I feel a little bit vindicated now, right? We certainly seem to have gotten a bit of a fake out there on that Tesla. So, gonna be just passing on this for now. I don't think there's a setup here. Yeah, that was a huge move, right? Insane move on Netflix. But tough. This is a tough one to trade, or tough one to kind of anticipate coming intraday. Because we remove these lines, go replay here, right? Nothing here screams super bullish, right? Okay, maybe a bit of a hammer, but still kind of looking like, okay, you got some upper resistance here, right? No big volume days, right? None of this kind of stuff. So when we now go back to sort of today's action, right? Okay, all of a sudden, okay, we've got a pretty good indication here that, hey, we're going to get a good volume day, right? At least pretty strong. So maybe a recovery here is back in play. But I think until probably we break above these ATH again, or is that ATH? Yeah, right. We break above there. It's probably hard to be bullish and to look at this as anything other than like a consolidation kind of inside that range. Looking at BA here a little bit. Um, Looks good on the 5, right? Looks good on the 5 on this high a day breakout, but then when we start going longer time frames, it starts to look kind of gross, right? Still really strong volume intraday. Volume's almost above average. This has got room up though, right? That's the thing. This BA definitely has room up. Kind of looks like towards that 231 area, right? If we can break that 230, it's going to have room towards that 231. I mean, this could be something to keep an eye on. Again, it's not one of the names I trade a lot. Would have liked to have seen this volume be a little bit more impressive when we're finally getting that first like full body candle of the day. But it looks better on the 15. Looks good on the 5. I just don't like it that much on the longer time frames. So I'm going to stay away because it's not one I normally trade, but I think there is a setup here. You get that 230 break now, right? And then you look for a move towards that 231. Option spreads are okay here, right? They're going to be pretty good. Really good volume on these that expire today. Like those 225 calls, right, have a ton of volume. Those 230 calls have a ton of volume. So there is potential there on that BA, but like I said, guys, not one that I normally trade, and happy to be green, so might just kind of sit on that for now until I get something that looks, just perfect. If the longer time frames here were looking a bit more in sync with the 5, I think there's an argument to be made there, but for now, I don't know. It just doesn't scream A plus yet. are you Kai? Are you telling or are you asking us? Wonder how long ago Nancy Pelosi bought some BA calls. Like I'm Canadian, so inherently never gonna understand American politics the same way as an American. But for me, it's mind-boggling that there's no uh, insider trading regulations for politicians. Yeah, exactly. They're rich though. Right? What isn't often discussed enough with money, and I think it's something relevant as traders. Everyone's got different objectives, right? So, right, like everyone's got different goals. Everyone's got different objectives, right? What money does is it allows you to chase or pursue those, right? That creates a level of freedom. Um, but with that freedom, there is a choice, right, to give that back in pursuit of more, right? This pursuit of excess. Um, and I think that can be a really dangerous uh, position to get yourself in, right? My former boss, um, not going to say any names, but very wealthy individual, right? Like a billionaire many times over, right? All these sort of things. And tell his whole life, his whole pursuit was this chase of money, right? Of always wanting more, to the point of where they had, more than they could ever use, right? As you say. And he was miserable, right? Like his kids hated him. His wife hated him. He spent more time with his assistants who he paid to like spending time with him, right? So it's quite the trap. It can be quite the trap, right? Guys, this Facebook to me kind of looks a bit tempting, right? What I like, big, big bearish open, right? Okay, breakdown, a little bit of fall through, nothing crazy. But it's kind of been like low volume consolidation here, with what appears to be decently strong volume coming in now to support this next breakdown. So if this candle can go finish engulfing candle, give us a close like towards that 341, that could start to become a really interesting looking play here. So I'll be worth keeping an eye on if this thing can kind of continue behaving. Otherwise, right, we're not going to force anything going into this lunch period, right? Volume dries up over lunch. They try to kill premiums, right? So we're going to sit on hands, right, over that period. Facebook's starting to look pretty good to me, guys. This could definitely be an interesting one. This is pretty much all I'm watching here at the moment. I don't think anything else is setting up like super clean, so I'm just gonna keep watching this. Sounds good, man. Yeah, if something else comes up, we'll take a stab. But thanks for joining. Sure, I'll see you next week. Yeah, we'll be streaming till 4 Eastern, so feel free to jump back in anytime. Sounds good. Right, so guys, just watching this Facebook, right? Still just watching this Facebook. If this thing can go engulfing on volume, right, which has a good chance, right? 5 minutes to go, and then engulfing on candle or close, right? Then maybe we can get this thing to break down for us. I think this is really the only thing that looks particularly interesting. Everything else not showing us that kind of relative strength. So this is kind of what I'm looking for. See if it can hold up for another 5 minutes or so. But we'll keep an eye still here. So just watching here, guys, right? At this point, I'm going to start looking at the Facebook puts here now, right? Just to kind of keep an eye on them, see what this volume is like, which strike price I want to look at, right? I can start keeping an eye on what looks appropriate to me, right? I'm going to be looking at the 340s, right, or the 335s. Both have pretty good volume, right? I think my bias is going to be those 340s, guys. Bias is going to be 340s on this thing if it breaks down. Looks really good so far. Just hold out on this for another couple minutes, though, right? Hold out on this for another couple minutes. Yeah, so I'm looking at the 340 puts here, Paco. 340 puts. You can look at the 335s as well. The 337 fives, not enough volume there, so kind of don't have interest. So I'm looking at, yeah, like I said, 340s for myself personally, and that's October 1st expiration. And I'm not going huge size on this. I'm going about 2/3 size, guys. 2/3 size here. I had to think about that for a sec. So no entry here yet, right? No entry here yet. Waiting for a move under this 340.60, right? Stop loss will be low of entry candle, right? Approximately wherever this red line is going to be. And then entry under green line. We're targeting about, pretty decent size move here, right? $1.25. Give it a little bit of flexibility in what this stop can be, but we don't want to be too flexible, right? So looking at puts here, if we can get that breakdown under. No entry here yet. Be patient. About 10 cents here, guys. 10 cents, right? So be careful. Be careful. Good volume pace so far, right? We're going to get above average here, I reckon. Just wait, though. Wait for a tick under that 60. All right, I am in at 350 on those puts. 350 on those puts. So let's even get that follow through. Yeah, average price 350.03. Remember, guys, right? First decent pop, going to look to take some off, right? De-risk. Premiums are being a bit sticky. They're not moving a ton yet when this thing is selling, so let's be careful. Not saying that's a panic move yet, but maybe a bit of a warning sign if that volume's not stepping in. So let's see if those puts can start pricing the way we sort of expect them to. And see if we can get that follow through. I think we're in okay shape here so far, guys, right? I think we're in okay shape. So let's see if this thing can break down and give us another little winner. All right, let's watch, guys. Let's watch, right? See if we can get this thing to break. Watch that 340 break here now, right? That's going to be important. Still not pricing that nicely, these puts yet, right? So I'm going to be watching out on that, but we don't need that much for 10%, right? We don't need that much for 10%. So let's see if this thing can break, guys. We're in good shape so far. We're in good shape. But let's see if we can get to a take profit spot here. So far, so good here, guys. So far, so good. There we go. Nice little pop. Right, I'm going to look to take some off here in a sec, guys. Look to take some off here in a sec. Right, we're in great shape. Don't need to get too greedy, right? Just keep stacking up those little wins. They add up real fast. Hope a few of you guys caught this too. We're in good shape here, guys. Really, really good shape. Trying to take a little bit off at this 390. I'm hopeful we can get a fill there. All right, we're rolling, guys. We're rocking and rolling here. So in great shape, really nice full candle, right? I'm gonna look to take some off here in a sec, right? Broke down under that 340 with some conviction. In fantastic shape here, guys, right? Now we're creeping up towards our profit target. So let's be, right, take a little bit off here and then see if you can free roll. You should be at entry protection mode now, right? Or at least considering, right, taking some profit off here. We're in great shape, guys. Don't give anything away. You have no excuse to let this trade go red now. So stop loss for me is, we're going to call it 360. And let's see if this remainder can run. We are in great shape, though, guys. Don't give anything away here. Right? So there's that profit taking there at our area of resistance, right, that we were anticipating. So now let's even get that flush follow through under, right? Really good increasing volume. pretty strong, but we saw a little bit of dip buyers there at the end protecting our area of resistance. So let's see if that can clear. For those of you who want to lock in some profit, right? Maybe that's a reaction to take a little bit more off and see if you can keep getting that follow through. I'm still in. I have about 50 contracts left. I'm going to see if we can get this thing to break down. And yeah, let's see if this thing, I closed about 1/3 of my position there, guys, at 10%. So still in here, guys, still in. Don't like this reaction so much, but those puts aren't moving yet a ton. So still kind of watching. Like I said, stop loss is at 360. So this thing might go, right? Accounting for about a 10-cent spread, right? So that should be kind of objective there. Debating. I don't like that bounce too much. I don't like that bounce too much. So it's tempting to just close at 10%, but going to hold out for now. Still, I'm going to hold out for now. I think general market's kind of going to behave in our favor, is helping us out. So maybe Facebook's going to be a bit of a leader in this pack here now, right? Other names don't look like they're quite ready, but Facebook, we're in pretty good shape. So maybe under this area we can get a bit of a flush, right? Time to go a longer time frame. So underneath, I mean, it doesn't really look like there's much resistance. 337, and then it can really go. So mixed feelings. You can go either way. Hey, well done, Paco, though. Well done. What was your stop loss at? Okay, fair. Good man. I mean, you pretty much protected 10%, right? So that's awesome. Can never complain about that. Nah, dude, green is green, exactly, right? Especially when it's a name that we don't trade necessarily too often, trust your gut, right? If you don't feel comfortable about it, you're never gonna talk yourself into it, right? So trust your gut, get out, lock in profit, shake your hands, right? On to the next one. No big deal. Really well done, man. Just keep stacking up wins, right? That's all that's important. Eventually what's going to happen here is you're gonna start leaving money on the table, right? But you're going to be green but leaving money on the table, and you're going to then, from a position of green, figure out exactly how you want to manage your positions intraday. So you're green, you're stacking up wins, you're profitable, right? The next progression now is, right, surviving some of this like price action that gets you uncomfortable, and that just is just a time thing of spending time doing that trading, right? That's really all it is. Still in here, guys. I'm still in, but hanging on for dear life on this remainder here. So let's see if this thing can break. If it can't, gonna go for lunch. No big deal. I almost want to get Paco's exit now. I'm jealous of it. Things are starting to maybe look a little bit ugly here. Uh, and I don't mean ugly in a bad way. Like I mean it like as in the market looks like it maybe wants to sell a little bit, especially tech. My goodness. QQQ looks really, really weak. Guys, I'm out of Facebook out at 355, 5 cents above entry price. All right, guys. So I think that's probably going to be me for lunch here. Uh, Facebook. I mean, we're out of it, right? So there's no play. Got that fill to the bottom. Couldn't get that follow through underneath, right? But did exactly what we expected. We just didn't get that follow through, right? Sometimes that happens. Still locked in some profit, right? Locked in for me about a net 8% win, right? So nothing crazy, but hey, keep stacking those up, right? You start having yourself a nice day. So no complaints here from me so far. I'm gonna take off for lunch, guys. It's almost that 12 p.m. hour. So I don't anticipate placing any trades over lunch. I think that's going to be fool's gold. So I would recommend you don't do that either. And hopefully we can find a nice clean setup here in the afternoon and just keep making this a better day. But really, really well done so far this morning, guys, right? 2 for 3, 2 nice wins, right? One not a very nice one, but our exposure and position management was excellent. So kept ourselves in the game. And so that's all we can ask for, right, guys? 2 for 3 day, a little bit over 1% total. So we'll never complain about that. So I'll be back for around 1:30 or so. and hopefully we can find a clean setup then. So talk to you guys in a little bit. All right, guys, back from lunch here. Sorry for being a little bit late this afternoon. But let's see if we can find a nice clean setup, right? We've got, looks like a little bit more kind of bearish sort of continuation, or at least that sort of momentum seems to be coming together here a little bit. So, looks like we played that Tesla pretty well, guys. Looks like we played it pretty well. Maybe we'll find something clean, right? That's kind of what our objective is here now. I don't know what's shaping up here yet. But maybe we'll get something here. I think SPY looks pretty good potentially, right? And QQQ certainly looks like it might want to lose that supply zone we were talking about, right? Pretty good volume so far this afternoon. Maybe we can kind of continue to get a bit of volume follow through, and then maybe that play here, into this kind of power hour afternoon session. VIX, right, hanging out that 23.6 area. Generally, when we get that kind of higher reading, right, or that sort of higher number, we are able to get some fall through on setups in the afternoon. So let's keep our eyes frosty, right? See what we can come up with. See if anything looks particularly sharp, right? Something like this Apple. I don't know, this inside bar screams like it might want to break down on us here at some. Maybe again, not today. I think we talked about that pre-market a little bit, right? After yesterday's high volume. We tend to get kind of consolidation days, right? More often than not. So, that's kind of what we're getting here so far. Still relatively big ranges, so it gives us a lot of trading opportunities. But nothing super obvious here at first glance. So, gonna keep looking, sticking around. Let's talk about some stuff. I got some stuff I want to talk to you guys about, option premiums and picking option expirations and things like that. So, we'll go over that a little bit as well here this afternoon. But I think for now, right, let's see if we can find a clean setup and then kind of go from there. I think I saw a study, right? It was like the average hot dog takes away 35 minutes of from your lifespan or something like that. So I reckon like 65, 70 years worth of hot dogs is probably too many. I live in Montreal, Canada, and I'm still like relatively new here, I guess. But one of the things that's pretty funny to me about this city is that it's like 100% a hot dog city, and there's like a really big rivalry between steamed and grilled hot dogs. Four is not that bad. It's like once you start getting into like the dozens, when you're like Tommy Chestnut category, that's when we gotta start getting concerned. So still watching here, guys. Right, still watching. What I want to see on this QQQ volume is for it to really step up a little bit here, right? I wouldn't say we've had really any super high conviction volume selling candles yet, right? So that's something I want to keep an eye on. Would like to see that sort of step in. Apple, not quite there. I think there's weaker setups, right? On this 5-man, I mean, this kind of looks a bit like a bear flag, but it's pretty aggressive. Pretty aggressive trade. There's your flagpole, right? Looking for a breakdown. We'll be under this low of day here now, right? But I think that's fairly aggressive of a setup. I think there's probably something cleaner. So I'm gonna be sticking here for now. For QQQ. Yeah, I'll be playing, the 358s to 355s 1 week out or end of week expiration. So if I play Q, I'm not playing anything today. Yeah, today's X. I'll play something like Friday or Monday's expirations, especially this afternoon. Like, it might be a slow mover, so why deal with extra decay, right? So yeah, I'll probably look at like the October 4ths. If the volume's good. 358s have good volume. They look okay. Play the October 1st potentially. Those are Fridays, I think. Right, so we'll see what the volume is like on those. Maybe it's a bit thinner on the October 4th than I was expecting, but the October 1st look pretty good. Might be able to play the 355s to 358s there all sort of satisfy our volume requirements. Certainly both of those bookends. Yeah, both of those bookends look like they're the sharpest. Like, I don't know. The more and more I kind of refine my trading style to be more scalper oriented, the less and less attracted I am to sort of daily expiration options. They're really fun, but I don't know. When they go against you, they can just really, really kill you. Yeah, it's a relative term, right? But there's not many. I mean, like, I've got high conviction in all my setups. I never take a trade thinking I'm going to lose, right? I always plan like I'm going to, but I never think I'm going to. And sometimes you can get that right tight risk reward ratio, and you get like a 250% move on a max position size in like 15 minutes. It's a really fun feeling. So I get that, right? But like, I don't know if it's the just get shaken out of too many stuff that's like sometimes takes its time, and when this market's not super fast or not giving us those huge rips, um, yeah, for sure, right? Like, let's be honest, right? The closer you are to expiration, the higher risk your contract has, right? So you can tone down your risk by going further out, right? If you are really, really craving for that greed and you want it, well, just go like a little bit further out and be more ambitious with your strike price, right? Don't let time decay be what shakes you out of a winning play, or I should say a winning idea. What's your sizing like, right? The you gotta play the long con here, or the long game, I should say, right? Like it's you want to trick your account into working for you, right? That's kind of what I mean. So 1% a day, you double your account every 70 days, right? You know, if you can average that, and so that should be your objective, right? I don't know, maybe it's gonna take you 2 or 3 years to start trading the size you want, but I don't know, say you start at 5K, right? 4 or 5 periods later, right? If you're able to find a little bit of consistency, you're really able to trade unlimited size at that point, right? So it's about building those habits and stacking up wins so that you can kind of trick your account into compounding, right? Into conning your account to working for you. That's it. Like realize as many gains as possible, lock in as much profit as possible, and just keep stacking up wins, right? Big wins happen from a consistent, repeatable process, not necessarily from taking high volume shots. Like within reason, I would say like if your account kind of still remains in that like sub 500K range, something like that, you can trade it this same way, right? In getting to that point, right? The way you're trading a $5,000 account versus how you trade a $500,000 account, you pretty much trade it the same way still at that level, right? So the things you can learn, right? It should make scaling for you much easier because your process isn't going to change, right? The way you look at positions isn't going to change. It's just the numbers are, right? And so that becomes really easy for to sort of scale your process. But if you want to, right, if you want to like just double up every week or every couple weeks, right? That's also you're gonna chase trades or chase setups that aren't there, right? And that's it's just not right. Like that's not sustainable. That's not how you build winning habits. So like with an account size like you say you have, a trading $1,000 a position or like $800 a position, you can start to scale this thing pretty quick. But it's all about building those habits at the moment, right? Learning how to manage your risk so you don't blow up, and then you're going to be able to get to where you want. But it's going to take a little bit of time. It's not going to happen overnight, and it's certainly not like it's not as hard as people make it out to seem, and it's certainly not as easy as some people make it out to seem either, right? You're not going to catch a 100% winner every single day. You're not going to catch multiple of these kind of trades. It's just not reality, right? So stack up that 10%, right? Get that 1% daily account a day. Walk away, lock in gains, stack up green days, and you'll be able to accomplish anything you want. If like you really focus a year from now, right? You could be trading, 100K account, 150K account, something like that, right? And at that point, a 2% win, right, is really incredible, right? Hey, Paco, how's it going? Yeah, I think we've got some stuff that's setting up. Nothing that looks particularly ready yet. We got a couple stuff, but we certainly have the volatility and the conditions for an afternoon setup. So I don't know if we're going to get one, but we definitely have a few stuff that might look good, especially this QQQ, Apple, and SPY. If we can break down under these lows, that would be kind of a pattern continuation, right? And we can maybe get a bit of a violent move. So that's sort of what we're waiting for. At the moment, we're kind of in no man's land, just waiting for some stuff to trigger. But we have conditions. If you don't want to watch, I'll obviously send out an alert if something's setting up, and you can kind of tune in back then. Yeah, my pleasure, Paco. So that's for guys, for those who are still maybe thinking about joining DTR or considering it. That's one of the things, right? So we're not an alert service. My job is to like teach you guys, right? I'm going to tell you guys my entries and tell you what my confirmation target is and all that sort of stuff. But that's what the Discord is for. So we'll send out alerts, right? I'll tell you what calls I'm looking for, what puts I'm looking for, what strike, all those sort of things, right? But the objective is that so that if you can't watch the stream all day or you can't tune in at the moment, but you still want to be involved in the action, right? You get that alert, you know when to tune in. You can kind of hear what we're talking about, right? Get the context kind of before you get the trade, understand why we're taking it, why we're interested in it, right? And then think about taking it yourself. So that's for those who maybe don't have the ability to commit, a full day to the stream, right? I know that's not always a reality for everyone, right? So if you can't, you got other things you need to work on. This is how I make sure that members don't miss out on trades, right? Obviously, the asterisk to that is not able to alert trades usually in the first 30 minutes approximately, right? Because things can set up really quickly, and priority number one is making sure you get that good fill and taking care of everything there. But outside of that first sort of 30 minutes, right, 35 minutes, always able to alert all our plays and get people to come in. So you check out you get the alert on your Discord app, right? You go in, you click the link to the stream, and you join in. Cheers, Paco. Thank you very much for the review, man. Maybe this Facebook will want to reset up for us here, right on this low of day break. If you could lose that shelf, we got a little bit of room down, that's for sure. No. Yeah, this Facebook looks really, looks like it might want to be setting up again for some more downside action, right? Break, okay, consolidate, break, consolidate. On the 1 hour, it looks even maybe cleaner, right? Really textbook low vol pullback there, at our resistance zone. Remember, right, support and resistance, not really a specific price, right? Tends to be a reaction in a bit of a buffer zone. So set up just right above. Now let's see if we can maybe get that breakdown right under whatever this low is here, right? Then we go on the 4 hour, get rid of these session breaks. They're a bit annoying on these time frames, right? 4 hour inside bar breakdown, right? Consolidation all afternoon yesterday. Okay, we broke under that low, but on that inside bar breakdown, right, we're looking for a break of the low of that morning session, right, of Tuesday's morning session. So no breakout of that yet, right? So still looks like consolidation, right? High volume. If this thing could break, I think maybe that could be a bit of an explosive move. So I think certainly there's a lot of potential here, right? We're gonna want to see that this volume steps in. Although it's like above average, this average line has really come down here, right? So on this 5-min time frame, it's not particularly it doesn't mean a lot, right? The volume's above average here yet. So we just want to start seeing some bigger candles step in. The closer we can get this thing to break down towards power hour, right? After 2 p.m., 2:30 Eastern, right? 3 p.m. Eastern, right? The closer we can get that to happening, the more we can kind of start to anticipate volume coming in from like institutional volume, right? Bank volume, fund volume, right? They come in kind of in the opens, right? In the closes. And so maybe we could anticipate that. So I think this Facebook is really worth keeping an eye on. Everything else, I think, maybe looks a little bit lackluster still. We got these plays, right? SPY, QQ, Apple, but they're trying to buy back a little bit, right? They're trying to recover a bit. So maybe we're not going to get that follow through here yet. Whereas Facebook is still kind of showing us that relative consolidation, right? After this sort of initial high volume breakdown. Let's take a look. So wants to maybe break down this bear flag here, right? So pretty weak day, but still that consolidation, right, Carlos? So if this thing can break down, yeah, under this low, that would be pretty good. I think there's definitely some potential there. So I just want to make sure I set an alert on this Facebook. So yeah, I'd say once you lose the psychological number, right, this 40,000, that would be your, I would say, your continuation move down towards like that 37.5. Man, Peloton keeps getting hammered. Huh. Dude, that ain't bad though. Happy days, dude. Happy days. Man, Peloton kind of looks like a head and shoulders here. Sorry, that was a little bit of a how the sausage is made moment there. Apologies. So, our thesis, right, that QQQ was going to be really heavily defended inside the supply zone, right, kind of continues to hold up here a little bit, right? Not to toot my own horn, right? But if right, this is a very strong selling candle, right? Huge volume, pressure from treasuries. You got a lot of narratives, right, that are pushing you against tech, right? That are telling you that hey, tech's maybe not the play. But bears aren't that strong, right? If they were strong, and this, I mean, maybe this is just consolidation day. Who knows, right? But you'd think that if this was a high volume day, like it's saying, right? Directional day, like it's saying, because it's kind of that most bearish, second most bearish mix, right? That's a lot of weakness there, right? Or a lot of relative strength from bears. And we're not able to push it down under, right? We're now not able to get that breakdown under this 358, right? Under this supply zone. So we continue to, it's like ramming its head against the wall here, right? And seems like those defenses are holding. Now, it doesn't mean we won't sell or we can't break, but kind of looks like it might be waning momentum, right? I mean, this volume bar, we're still going to be well above average today. But this color of the bar, right, if we close like this, is going to end up being fairly deceiving. So I still think we need to lose this shelf, right, this supply zone area. I'm a little bit impressed by how strong it's being defended. It's a lot more, yeah, a lot more than I expected. And then I'm a little bit skeptical now to the downside because if bears were really strong, right, why haven't they been able to push it down already, right? So you stack that up with the gap up overnight, right? That we're inside this supply zone, and then now that we're getting this area, this bottom defended again, you know, it starts to maybe think that this could be an area for a bounce play, right? Obviously, we're not ready for that call here yet, right? We don't have any evidence of that, right? What we have at the moment is like circumstantial. We still need that confirmation, right? But we're starting to see some clues here from the price action today that, hey, maybe bears aren't really fully in control and bulls have a chance to kind of rocket this ship back up, right? So on every kind of high volume sell day, right, that we've had kind of that day potentially, right, where bulls or bears, right, where bears kind of have a chance to or sort of look to kind of take control, and they're unable to, right? So look at that here on the SPY, you know, March 5th, 2021. Big hammer, but look how close we got to making new lows, right? Same thing, right? We gap up, we can't really make a new, can't really push it down, right? And then can't go. Same thing, right? Make new, like, get lower, but you can't push it down, right? Gap up, push it down, but can't like break down all the way. So we keep seeing all of this evidence of those dip buyers, right? And nothing here really looks to have invalidated that yet. So not to say that this is the time to buy calls and to totally reverse your positions, but maybe this action won't be sustained. Frank, I don't know if you're in here, but Bank of America struggled a little bit. Couldn't get you that follow through. It's tough. It's tough to fight these trends when you get these kind of breakouts. Real tough. Yeah, right on cue. 2 p.m. Tough though. No clean setups here yet, right? So hard to want to chase this action up here yet, right? We got to be a little bit patient. Wait to see this volume profiles come in, right? See if we can get something clean. I don't want to force anything. If we can get like some red to green reversals, right? That could be pretty interesting. They got some work. So, guys, pretty patient here, right? Gonna be pretty patient. I just got rid of NVIDIA. So big volume, guys, through this 437.10, right? That starts to get interesting to me, right? If we can get that increasing volume above average, right? Hammer reversal as well, right? We could start to have a conversation here of this being an interesting bounce spot for the SPY. But I want this to be a breakout over high of day, right? It's not been a huge range. It's not been like really a breakout day, right? Or breakdown day here on the SPY, right? So let's wait for that breakout and then we can look to play it, right? So if we have upside potential, I think that might be our cleanest setup, right? QQQ's giving us a similar look. Maybe a little bit more to climb though, right? So this SPY's got some potential, about $1 away still. You know, kind of giving us that look where it's going to be setting up into that right time of day, right? I don't mean it. That doesn't mean it's going to be setting up. We're going to get a trigger, right? But it's looking like it wants to maybe give us a play for power hour, right? So, or kind of closer to that period. So this looks pretty good. I'm going to be watching this pretty carefully. Let's see if this thing can break out right over that 437.10 on increasing volume, right? Still 16 minutes to go. I want to wait for this candle to close and hold above that 437.10 before we chase it, right? Because it's not a breakout market here yet, we're not going to chase that breakout right away because we don't have any evidence of it holding, right? So let's get this high to hold, and then we can look to play that breakout. And guys, above this 437.10 area, right, we pretty much have like $3 worth of room, right? So $2.80, sorry, $2.80. What the heck's going on today? This is very much a big range, right? We can be really patient with our entry here. So you don't need to be the first one in, right? There's no first mover advantage when you're scalping, right? So let's see if we can get this clean setup, see if this volume can keep growing and stepping up. We're on a decent pace, right? Halfway through. Looks like we're probably going to get there, but let's get that evidence of this holding first. Right? So if this candle doesn't make a higher high on the day, say we close, 436.95, but we get that volume, it's engulfing, right? Increasing volume above average, right? I think there'll still be a setup there. So still waiting, guys, another 10 minutes or so, right? Still another 10 minutes or so to wait. In the meantime, I'm starting to look at these this option chain, starting to look what's there, what's catching my eye. I'm looking at probably the 440s or the 438 calls here. Either of those look pretty reasonable. My bias is probably to the 440s. Uh, but we'll keep an eye on that, right? Volume looks exceptional on all these contracts. And I'm looking at the October 1st expirations. So not today's, not Thursday's, but Friday's expirations. So volume profile still looks pretty good here on the SPY, guys, right? Volume profile still looks pretty good, but want to see this candle fill out a little bit here now, right? Similar story here on Q, but more to go on volume for being, kind of above that average area. So if we're filtering out, quality of setups or potential kind of relative strength, right? I think something like this SPY probably looks like it's the best one. Um, Maybe on this 15, it looks a little bit better, more like a low vol pullback, but that volume is going to be probably about average. So you'd like to see this to fill out instead so we can have that cleaner setup. So just watching for the SPY, guys. Right, another 4.5 minutes. Let's see how this candle holds up. Volume's great. And this is all we're just waiting for now. So we'll see how this thing comes together, but not bad shape here so far. Let's see if we can get this kind of continuation, right, or a little bit of like more of a full body candle here, right? Looking pretty good. I reckon like a close above that 436.40 area is kind of what we're looking for. But we'll see. We'll play it by ear a little bit. so I don't know, not the perfect story on that volume, right? We talked that we wanted to close kind of above that 40 handle. Didn't quite happen, but that volume really dried up, right? So kind of looks like a low vol pullback there on that 15-min time frame. So if this thing can break out, I think there is some potential. I'm gonna get rid of this box, right? We know what it is, just to make it maybe more clear for you guys here a little bit. Apologies if it wasn't clear before. EMA support here too. I think it's an interesting area. It's an interesting spot. Not sure if it's ready yet, guys. Still think we can be a bit patient. But let's see. So, guys, going to be looking for a breakout over high of day here. Let's see if this thing can shape up for us, but we'll be watching. I think this is really the only thing that screams interesting to me at the moment. Um, Everything else looks just mediocre. So maybe we can get a trigger here, right? Pretty good time going into the power hour, looking kind of the way we want it to behave. Um, Looks better on the 15. If we can get inside bar on the 30, wow, that would be incredible. But I don't mind it on the 15. Probably the 440s for October 1st. So yeah, 440 calls, Paco. Those are the ones that look best at the moment. Uh, we'll see. We'll see if they want to trigger for us. Still, maybe we'll just be a day of consolidation here, but I think it looks clean. I mean, I think it looks clean. So maybe we can get that thing to trigger for us. But we're gonna be patient, see if it goes. If it wants to give us inside bar here on the 30, I am so down for that. Right, extra little period of consolidation for that power hour. Let's go. Right, like that. I feel like that only strengthens our case. So we can be really patient here. I've got no issues there. So let's gather some clues here, right? We're getting a bit closer to our breakout. Right, not bad. Like to see better volume. Would like to see, but increasing a little bit here at least. Right, certainly screams consolidation. Right, high volume breakout. Well, or high volume move. Right, consolidation. Now I'm getting this run. We'd like to see this if it's going to break here. Yeah, it's going to be a smaller play, Paco. Right, goal, protect capital, right? So priority number one, green day, need to finish green, right? Need to finish green. So yeah, I'm going to go half size and then size down from there depending on where we need to put our stop loss. So not sure where that is yet. But I'm thinking probably it's going to be like a 2/5 position, probably something like that. So entry guys, right, would be green line, stop loss. We're targeting 440. I'm not going to move this line. Stop loss at the moment, right? We're just going to put it here for now, just for our base calculations, right? Still getting that risk reward, right? We don't want an 80-cent stop though. That's too much. We can get it here. This could be better, right? 50-cent stop, we'll call it. Okay, that's reasonable on a delta of 30 cents, right? So we're anticipating this to move about, call it 20%, right? Give or take on these contracts. And we're overestimating here, guys, right? We're overestimating. So this would be a half size play by default, right? Because of that stop loss, right? I'd be sizing down. So I'm going to size down a little bit even from that. So like I said, I think 2/5, I think is probably kind of that ratio, 1/3, right? That kind of ratio, I think would be a pretty appropriate position size here. If we can get that move, right, we could still get a little bit of nice action, right? 10% on that, still going to be a pretty nice little scalp to add to our nice day. And if we get stopped out, right, it's not going to make us lose sleep that we made bad risk management decisions. So I think like that 1/3, 2/5 position sizing would be pretty appropriate for this play. All right, so no setup here yet, guys. Let's be patient. Maybe it'll come on the 30. Might just have to be okay not having another trade today, right? That could also be a possibility, right? It's not been a bad day for us, right? So let's not be too greedy. Myself personally, 1.2%. So we'll never complain about a day like that. Still watching here, guys, right? Still watching. Maybe not ready yet. I don't like that engulfing volume. Still nothing that's like above average though, right? So still screams consolidation to us. So let's be patient. We still got an hour and 9 minutes in the trading session. Could set up. Don't want to force it, right? Don't want to force it, but could set up. So we're not going to chase this break here yet, right? Why we're not going to chase it? Because this volume pace doesn't look adequate, right? So we need this thing to break out on volume, and now we have to clear this hurdle, right? This 1445 candle need to be a higher volume than that, right? So that's important, right? If this thing breaks out here, we're going to wait. No entry yet. So a little bit boring here, guys. Apologies. Nothing we can do about this market, unfortunately, when it's choosing to not move very much. So still waiting. I mean, on this 30 min, right, starting to look a little bit disappointing. This is a very low volume rejection, though, right? So very, very low volume. It's hard to take this super seriously, right? I think that's like worth kind of keeping in mind here a little bit. Still maybe screams consolidation, so maybe that's still something in play. These other names, I don't know if there's anything there or anything that maybe there's Microsoft. Okay, this Microsoft is worth looking at too, guys. All right, so second setup here. On this 30 min, right, low vol pullback, full body candle, right, good increasing volume, low vol pullback on this kind of next candle here. And then we combine that here with this 5 min time frame or 15. Doesn't matter, it looks cleaner on the 5, right, just easier to see, right? This screams bull flag here, right? So bull flag, a high a day breakout setup. We have some potential here if we can get some strength in this general market. Certainly some potential. A little bit of ways to go on this thing still, right? 80 cents. But it probably feels like if we get a setup in the SPY, right, we're probably going to get one here in Microsoft. So both of these are probably worth keeping an eye on. Here, guys, right? Still watching the spider move. If this thing can break out, gonna take a stab, right? It's been consolidating here, right? So that doesn't hurt us, right? That's not a bad thing. Pretty low volume, right? It looks pretty decent. Like to see that volume step in, though, right? We'd like to see this, at least when we're entering, if we're getting close. That looks like we're going to be on pace to crush this previous volume bar, right? That's going to be important. Well, just be patient, though. Still, just be patient. I don't want to give away a good day, right? And that should be your guys' mindset, too. Taking her sweet time here, guys. So, I don't know. We'll be real patient here, guys. Real patient. I don't know how I feel here, guys. I still think it's consolidating. I don't see a high conviction, high volume candle yet telling me a story. So looks like Microsoft is still staying within that flag boundary. So I think it still requires a little bit of patience here, guys. Still requires a little bit of patience. 55 minutes left in this trading day. Maybe we'll get one, but let's not force it, right? Green, protect green, walk away. Come back tomorrow, right? We get our best setups happen in the morning, not in the afternoon. So size down, protect green, walk away if you can. Right? I mean, everyone can, but right? You don't need to take this, right? If that's right, gonna slow you down from achieving your goals, right? Our objective here is to just stack up wins, right? Play the highest probability setups. So if you're green, stack up green, guys, right? A lot of people aren't today. There's a little temptation here to fade the shelf move, right? Rejection candle, right? Full body increasing volume, low vol pullback, right? Maybe that gives you that breakdown. Range bound down towards that 434. Quite a decent sized move to be had, right, on that 5-minute time frame. Could very well be in play. Maybe it looks cleaner on QQQ. But QQQ, I don't want to buy inside this green zone yet. Not there. So yeah, I mean, I think this is an area where you could consider going short here, guys. I'm thinking about it. Really am thinking about it. Not there yet. Not there yet. But I mean, we got this consolidation, right? So basically, what we now have is you'll see it better on the BB bands. Nah, right? So inside between these two green lines here, right, what we basically have is pretty tight range of low volume of consolidation, right? So why is this ridiculous? Right, so inside sort of this green box, right, low volume period of consolidation, right, nothing really touching above average. So if this thing could like break down or break out in either direction, it sort of screams that one side is given up, right? Either it's going to break out and sellers have given up trying to defend, or it's going to break down where buyers, just figure out they don't have the legs and they're going to get out, and that's going to give us that flush. So maybe we have a setup in either direction here, guys. We'll have to wait. 45 minutes or so left in this market. I don't want to place a trade into the last 15 minutes of a consolidation day. I think that could be a little bit sneaky. So kind of have a clock on this, right? If it doesn't want to start moving for us in this next 15, 20 minutes or so, probably not gonna take a stab at it. Because I don't want to be in a position where I'm not protecting entry or locked in profit into an area where maybe you're going to get a big order coming in end of day. if this thing breaks down, right? So, going to be looking at the 440 calls, I think I said, right, to the upside if this thing breaks out, right? And then if this thing breaks down, I'm going to be looking at the 432 puts. 432 puts if this thing breaks down. Yeah, like I just don't want it. I don't want to be taking it like last 15 minutes, pretty much, right? So like first, in the morning, right? We want to not take trades in the first 5 minutes, give or take, right? Let that first kind of action figure out, and then into the close. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And then into the close, I just don't. I hate starting positions 15 minutes to go. I've just gotten screwed over so many times. Call it confirmation bias, survivorship bias, whatever you want to do. Uh, I hate the stress. I hate the extra time clock. Yeah, give or take 15 minutes, right? With the spy, you have a little bit of extra time because you can theoretically trade it after market hours, right, for 15 minutes. But that's another element of stress too, and I would never recommend being that person. Um, yeah, I just would not recommend being that person. But it is there in theory. It's just chaos. All right, the watch and puts here, I guess. I feel like every move is like so low volume, so low conviction here right now. It almost feels inevitable that we're gonna get this thing to bounce up and stay within this range. Not a bad day though, guys. Right? We can't complain. 2 for 3 day. Nothing crazy. No huge wins. No huge losses. Right? Just good position management. Just a tidy little day. Didn't force anything with the market, right? This is a good trading day, right? This is a good process day. So we keep stacking up days like this, right? We're gonna catch those big wins when the market cooperates, right? Can't complain, just stacking up our 10%, right? Can't complain. So, just as a heads up, guys, right? If this SPY does break out or break down, don't really care which one. I'm gonna be playing this at lotto size, so really small. Not gonna let it expire worthless, right? I'm still gonna trade this like I normally would, right? But I'm gonna trade this on lotto size. I don't want to give away a good day, right? Priority number one. If I take a stab, maybe we get that volatility and we can get a big move, right? But basically gonna just put myself on a clock on this trade, right? On small size and see if we can get that like quick risk reward payoff, right? Need to have a good exit plan here, right? So I might take off more at that initial 10%. Right? Like might take off instead of like 1/4 of my position, like 50%, right? Something like that. And yeah, so let's see if this thing can break down under, right? This is a good volume pace so far on this candle, right? Stop loss would be approximately here, right? And we're targeting this like 434 area. So really good risk reward here, right? Pretty good risk reward. So, this is a justifiable setup, but like I said, right, I'm playing this on smaller size. Don't don't need the extra stress. Let's make sure we finish the day green. And guys, let's just keep stacking up wins, right? Just keep stacking them up. Like I said, I'm looking at the 432 puts. 432 puts. Under 435.85. Actually, we look here. Not yet, guys. Not yet. Let's see if this. Wait for this thing to close. You got like 3-ish, right? Go here, you go to 85, and then there's here. So we're going to be able to get a tight risk reward here potentially, right? This candle's about to close. Good increasing volume. Right, so let's watch. I think we have a chance here. I think we have a chance. Still watching this consolidation. Goodness gracious, it's like watching paint dry sometimes. Tesla, not a bad recovery inside bar day. Not a bad little day. I don't know how many days in a row that is now on Tesla where we found a trade or, finished green on the day on it. It feels like it's creeping up to quite a few. On a personal level, on a 9-day P&L streak, which is pretty awesome. So if we can keep up that, right, that's awesome momentum, right? Market's starting to treat us well, right, or starting to kind of suit our trading style. So hopefully we can just keep stacking up wins here, guys. Just keep stacking them up. I mean, on the 30 min guys, right? It looks more bearish than bullish. Not huge volume though, right? Like we talked about this consolidation, we see it really clearly here how thin this volume is on the 30 min last two candles. That being said, right? Least bullish candle followed by a normal body bearish, but that normal body bearish, right? Engulfing on volume and bearish engulfing, right? So this thing certainly has. Maybe starting to look more bearish than bullish, right? But this thin volume, can't put too much stock into this signal. Okay, still watching for puts here, guys, right? Still watching for puts. We got 15 minutes till my cutoff, so if it doesn't trigger here soon, not going to take it, right? Just going to walk away. Right, less than previous candle volume plus inside bar, right? So consolidation in theory, not quite capitulation because it's still relatively high volume, but looks okay. I would say it still looks pretty good. See if this thing can finally give us that breakdown here, though. Like I said, guys, I'm looking at the 432 puts on a break under this 435.70. Okay, let's watch, guys. Let's keep watching, right? We're not far off. Right? Similar setup there on Q, starting to maybe break, right? So that could give us some hope now for this SPY. So I'm watching, right? We're about 20 cents away, guys. 20 cents away. Right, like I said, 432 puts, October 1st expiration. I'm not going to swing these, right? If you're going to take these guys, right, make sure you have a plan, right, on how to manage this position, right? Because you are up against the clock. You've got a maximum, or I don't know. I don't hold these day trade ideas, day trade setups overnight, right? So for me, I have a maximum of, call it 27 minutes left in the day to trade this setup, right? Not going to leave a runner on overnight. I'm certainly not going to leave exposure on overnight in this play. So that means I need to have a plan on how to get out of this, right, into the end of day. So like I mentioned earlier, that means that if we get that 10%, I'm going to look to take probably 50% off there, and then so we can get a bit of a runner above that. Objective here is not to get very greedy. It's just to add a nice little win to cap off the day and to finish with a smile. Very high volume candle there, right? Very high volume relative candle there. So let's see which way this thing wants to break now, right? See if that's the catalyst. Not picking a side yet, right? Still waiting for that breakdown under that 72 or above that 437.10. Right, at the moment, it seems more likely to be to the downside, right? Because we're clearly closer, and big volume there, big selling volume, right? So let's see if this thing can fill out. Looking at the 432 puts. Okay, guys, still watching, right? Still watching very closely. This is good volume pace as well, right? So watch this thing if it breaks down. 20 cents still any day now. Okay, 10 cents, guys. Watch carefully. Still no entry, right? Looking for a tick under that 435.70. Right, just a few pennies here, guys. Just a few pennies. Still watching. All right, good volume pace here, right? Let's watch this thing break. All right, I am in at 163 on these 432 puts. So let's even get this thing to follow through now. First decent pop, right? First like that 10%. Gonna take 50% off, guys. So, right, it's only a few minutes before the cutoff, right? So, let's be curious, right? Let's not be too greedy here. Let's lock in wins when we can. But so far, so good here, guys, right? So far, so good. So let's see if this thing can keep giving us a bit of fall through, guys. But we're in great shape, right? We're in great shape. Uh, Not quite entry protection mode here, but I'm also probably not going to let this thing go red. So being really pretty tight with this thing, I think now. Going to look to take a little bit of profit off around that 180 mark on these puts, right around that 180 mark. Okay, let's see if it can go here, guys. Let's see if it can go, right? So far, so good, right? So far, so good. Don't get too greedy, guys. Don't get too greedy, please, right? We're almost at 10% here, so think about taking some off. I'm taking just a little bit under 50% off, right, at that 180. All right, let's go, guys. Locked in a little bit of profit there, right? Now let's see if this thing can keep giving us a bit of follow through. But great shape, guys. Quick little 10% scalp to end the day, right? Leaving the day with a smile. What did I say, right? So obviously now entry protection mode, right? Stop loss is, I'm going to do 167, right? Stop loss 167. And then we'll keep talking about this as this sells, right? But not going to hold this into the last, minute of the day. So good job if you guys took this with me. But make sure you guys have a plan on how you're going to manage this now, right? I've taken a little bit off. I've still got a few contracts left, right? So let's even keep getting some follow through here. But great shape, guys. Great shape, right? Good increasing volume as well. Might even be bigger than the previous candle. So we have a really good opportunity here to keep making a few more percent. But don't get greedy, guys. Okay, watch this pop, right? Watch this next, see how strong this next move is. It's going to be pretty telling on what the theme for the rest of this afternoon is going to be. I know that sounds silly, but last 15 minutes of the day, right? Let's see how this thing pushes. If we get a decent sized pop, right, maybe we can expect a bit more follow through. But in really, really good shape, guys. Hope you guys took this too. pretty high volume, guys. So if this can go red, that would be super strong for us, right? If this candle can close red, still another 35 seconds or so. Only 10 minutes left in the market day, though, right? So don't get trapped in this if you're still in, right? Have an exit strategy. It hasn't really gone too far past our 180 target, right? So don't get carried away thinking this is all of a sudden going to rip down $2, right, in this last 10 minutes. So have a plan, right? My stop loss on my remainder is 167, right? I've locked in a little bit of profit, right? About half my position is taken off. So let's see if we can get a little bit more follow through here at the very end. I'm trying to maybe take a bit more off at that 190 area, or maybe close the remainder of my position at that. Or we're going to wait a sec. We're going to wait a sec. Okay, guys, I've got an order to fill at $2 for the remainder of my position. That's going to be my exit strategy if we can get this next little pop here. That'd be a tidy little win to end this day, right? So would not be opposed to that happening. Basically, I'm giving myself a wall here. Stop loss is 180, right? Sell limit is $2. So whichever one happens first, that's my exit strategy. If we're not out within the next 5 minutes, I'm just going to close it at wherever it is. So really tidy way to finish the day off here, guys. Really, really tidy way. And that patience and discipline really paying off. All right, guys, I am out. Man, not bad, guys. So, right, locked in just a little bit under 10% net on those SPY puts, right? Not a bad way to end the day, guys. Not a bad little way to end the day. For myself personally, 1.53% day. So, zero complaints about that. For those of you who are still here and who aren't DTR members, guys, I got 2 spots left at the promo price, 50% off for the lifetime of your subscription. And so that's $125 a month. If for whatever reason you guys hate your time here after 7 days, I'll refund your free trial. That was a lot of fun, guys. No real hard sell besides that. I mean, the trading kind of speaks for itself. So that's it. Any questions about sort of today's action, right? Today's trading day, why we took certain plays, why we avoided others. Happy to go over that. Otherwise, gonna call it a day and gonna absolutely crush it. Hey, I'm glad I was able to kind of get you back in the game. You know, this is what we do here at DTR, right? So if you ever want to spend time with us full time, right? Check us out, man. This price ain't gonna last forever. Right, as a recap for our day, we were 3 for 4. 1 win in Tesla, good size, a little bit over 10%. 1 loss on Tesla on a half size play. Nice win in Facebook on pretty close to full size, and then pretty nice play in those SPY puts on Lotto size. So 3 for 4 day, nice little stacking up wins, 1.5%, never going to complain. Yeah, I'll send you a message, Henderson. So great day, everyone. Really, really fun day. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on DTR Wednesday. It's probably going to be it for me today. Guys, check us out, right? www.dtrtrading.com. Learn how to gain your edge, right? Trade like this day in, day out, guys. So really, really well done today. Maybe we could have taken a bit more out of that SPY, but who cares, guys? Logged in a nice day. So really, really well done. And see you all tomorrow. Peace, guys.